Today we'll start our discussion with frameworks. Yesterday somewhere I gave you some introduction. This provides us reusability, organization, and management of the resources. For development purpose, for testing purpose. And again, normally our testing will be having many strategies. Keyword driven development, keyword driven testing framework, data driven testing framework, okay. Now here we have used selenium. Selenium, it will not provide any of these facilities. To develop selenium also we have to use some development environment, like we have used Eclipse. Now by using Eclipse we develop the scripts, so we will have some .java files. So .java file will have a class, all are class files, and these class files contain methods, and these class files are organized inside packages. So this is how these test cases which we have developed are organized. Now by understanding the existing facilities, we have to plan what facility, reusable facility, organization facility, management of the resources, what type of facilities we require for our project. Okay. So we have to study our project requirements, means project requirement, who are the stakeholders, okay, development strategy, okay, testing strategy, duration of the project, okay. So development strategy means whether it is agile, whether it is other methods are there, right? So what is the development strategy? Team size, experience of the team, tools available if any, whether it is new project or exist, like you are starting, it is like extending a existing project. All these define, and also future strategies also. This duration of the project defines the level of documentation, okay, uh, level of reusability means whether we can use it or not, the test cases which we develop, whether the data which we are identifying whether we can use it on the future project or not, how long this test cases which we develop will be valid on the builds, okay. So and also this few duration of the project also will be dependent on new versions of the technologies and new future versions of the tool. Okay. See, a framework development requires all these things to be considered. Then we have to plan for our framework. Then only that will be successful. We cannot simply use somebody's framework. Of course, they minimize, and for a small requirement, sometimes they give us a framework like robot framework is a keyword driven framework. I doubt we can continue using that keyword driven framework for longer time. Once you become familiar with selenium and once you become familiar with the development environment in which the selenium test cases will be developed, you simply uh, will end up using your own framework. You will not use somebody's framework, so it will have many limitations, many dependencies, okay. Always that free frameworks will be in the stage of getting developed. They will not they will not be having any release. All these free frameworks, they all will be contributing to it. What the thing which works today will not work. Say for example, the robot framework which we learn in the afternoon will be dependent on different Python versions, WX Python versions, right? Libraries, many factors will affect the working of a robot framework. If you install new Python, it will not work. You have to find which version it supports. If you add that version, again another graphic utilities of WX Python will be required. So we have to find which version of it will be supported by it. So you have to identify, because that project might have got started development some 3 4 years back, so they might have fixed to some versions of Python and some versions of graphic tools. They might not have changed it to the new versions. Again, it will take effort because that is a free tool. So all this will affect in using some free available open source frameworks. Normally, we will be having our internal framework. See, for example, when I insisted on TestNG, your management, somebody told me that you are having their own framework. Yesterday, we have seen TestNG is having problems with the new versions of Eclipse. So it was discontinued, or we don't know the status of it. So we cannot rely on free open source tools available. So that the duration of the project defines which tools we can use, right? So it may change, new features, versions of the tools, right? So all these you have to consider. Now, if you have used any QTP or UFT or silk test or rational tools, they will provide you all these facilities which we have discussed now. Okay, and these will be maintained, developed by a vendor, developed and supported by vendors. This is required because somebody has to manage. They have to manage the tool, manage the facility, so that we testers can concentrate on testing. Yesterday, last 4 days we learned selenium. This is not at all part of testing. Testing is different. Analyzing our application, finding the functionalities which is important for delivering the application from the end user point of view, which functionalities are critical for him, which may affect his business, which may affect his customers, right? So as a tester, actually, we have to think and rethink on the applications uh, functionalities and their interaction with other modules. We call them as integration tests, and we have to think our applications behavior from the end user point of view, acceptance tests. When a defect is found, we have to think and analyze which other areas may have the defects. When that particular defect is fixed, which other functionalities may get affected. That is the testing job. Using Selenium or any frameworks are all facilities to save time to do our testing. Our job is not simply using Selenium. Selenium like facilities or some other tools like facilities are to give us more time to do the testing. We should not end up in using these tools itself and forget the testing, right? So what is the testing means? Again, I am just repeating again. Always to be ready to deliver the product. Testing is to gain confidence to deliver a project. Means if somebody asks you like, can the product can be delivered, if you have done proper testing, you will be knowing which areas works, which areas will not work. If you prepare for an exam properly, you can say like which in which chapters the questions comes, you can answer because you have prepared. You know what is your preparation. Those who have not prepared, he cannot say like whether he can write properly or not, attempt the exam or not. For you who prepared, they will be very clear that if these questions comes, I will pass. If these questions comes, I will not pass. And those who have not prepared, he will depend on God and other friend benchers or other neighbor friends, right? So if you do proper testing, you will be knowing what functionalities doesn't work, what functionalities work, in which environment application works, and like you can easily communicate with the client about the problems which he faces. You will not be in the darkness. So the testing process has to give you that confidence. This is lot of work. Testing includes lot of work. Actually, testing is a 24 hours job. So while traveling to home also, you will be having in mind like sir, that defect was fixed today. Tomorrow, which test cases have to be executed? If after 1 week there is a delivery, can we do the delivery or not? Because some more defects are there. When they give those fixing of the defects, when they do 3 days, 4 days before the delivery, whether we can execute all the test cases or not, in that which are critical test cases. So to save time, we need facilities like automation, right? So automation facilitates testing. Automation itself is not testing. And we have learned selenium. It requires programming. Okay, unless until you are perfect with programming, unless until you are perfect in searching in the forums to get uh, new features of selenium or problems you face with this selenium facility. See, basically what happens if you start using selenium, you have to search like how to do this, how to manage with the cookies, so many things which we have not covered in the training. You have to search on the net, right? It takes time, and it is not a vendor based tool. There is a ticket. Sorry, I think audio connection is there. I'm getting messages that audio is reconnected. Hello friends. Hello.
Yes, sir. Now it's connected.
Since how long it was not connected?
For few seconds.
Okay, no.
Not much.
Okay. Now, if you have used, like I told you, if you have used features like QTP, UFT, these are vendor supported tools. No need to worry about the problems of these tools. No need to worry about the dependency of these tools on the updations of the operating system, updations of the other technologies which they are dependent. Vendor will take care, and he will give us the updates continuously. And even if we face any problems, we can raise the ticket. Those tickets, depending on the contract you will have with these vendors, they fix it in hours or minutes, because they know the importance of the time saving in testing. The more you will, the testing will be more effective if you can save time, if you have more time. Okay, so these tools, these frameworks have to help us in saving time. If some framework is not helping you in saving time, and if it is taking your time of your testing time, then better we don't use that framework. Our job is not to use the frameworks. Our job is not to use some like open source tools. Of course, they may have good features, but it should not affect our testing. So I'm giving these instructions provided we are from the testers testing background or testers. But if you are from the automation background, means your job itself is to do automation, then you cannot question about these technologies, right? You have to help some testing team by automating their test cases. But most of the times what happens, we testers have to learn these tools and we have to implement. So we have to share our time between testing and automating and executing and analyzing. So the major part in the testing is creating test cases. Second is executing test cases. Analyzing reports. Reporting defects. This is the main activity of testing. So creating test cases cannot be automated. Executing can be automated. Analyzing reports cannot be automated. Reporting defects, okay, a part of it can be automated. Right? This is part of it can be automated. Means, of course, if a defect comes, I can automate to report to a developer through mail. I can configure it. But if I have to analyze the defect, see what happens. Say we are in the last stages of delivering the product. We gained some confidence that the areas of the applications, which areas has the problems, which areas doesn't have the problems. Now we have gained some confidence. Say after 10 days there is a release. Now but while running some regression tests, regression test means testing the past functionalities, whether they are intact after modifying the current build. Means you may report a new defect, developers fix the defect that might have affected some other areas of the application. To make sure you run the test cases which you developed for older functionalities. That is called regression. Now, a defect is found. Say it is not that critical. We have a delivery after 10 days. We have found a defect. Now we have to think whether we have to report that defect or not, because we will be having the stages of criticality of the defect. Okay. And with experience, we can say which affects criticality of defects and which functionalities which it affects, which functionalities. So when after 10 days, when there is a release or delivery of the product, now if we report this not so critical defect, developers, okay, they will fix it. But we will lose confidence. We don't know like whether that fixing of that small defect affected which areas of the application. So we have to run our regression tests, hundreds of regression tests. Unless until we run all our test cases, we will not get confidence to deliver the product. In such cases, automating the reporting of the defects, we will not recommend. So normally executing is the only area where we can use automation. Creating tests cannot be automated. Analyzing reports cannot be automated. Reporting defects, partly we can automate. Okay. Okay. So the automation will help you in only executing the test cases. So here we need another facility. Not only executing the test cases, if we have to save the time, developing the scripts also need some facilities so that we can reuse the existing code to develop new test cases. So we need two types of frameworks. A framework which helps us in creating new test cases quickly and easily using the already developed test cases. Like login, many times we might have developed. We might have created, recorded and created. So if we can use that login procedure instead of creating the script for logging for all the hundreds of scripts, that facility will help us in saving time. So here we have to save time while creating the test cases, and we know like we have to save time in executing the test cases. So executing the test cases also is not part of the testing. Creating the test cases, analyzing the reports, reporting the defects, right? Thinking about which areas may go wrong, that is testing. Executing, anybody can do. In the earlier stages, in the early 2000s, many resorted to testing domain because all were at that time testers need not have any knowledge about the technologies. Just if they can interact with the objects of the application, they are testers. And they should not use their minds. What is given to them, they have to execute. If they are asked in the step 1, enter ABC in the edit field username, they have to simply enter ABC. Then they will be asked to tab 2 times. So they will ask to enter XYZ 1 2 3. They will enter XYZ. Then click OK. Wait for 10 seconds. If a window with flight selection appears, report pass, others fail. This is how the testers used to work, right? Those who went to US and all, they used to instruct their spouses here to go and attend in Amirpet testing trainings. They used to attend manual test cases, training how to write something. They will train you so that you can pass the interviews. Anyhow, like the person we needed at that time somebody who can interact with the application, somebody who doesn't know about our application, who doesn't know about our functionality. Simply they have to execute the test cases. But over the time, testing has changed. Automation came into picture. Now, Selenium like facilities we are planning, testers are planning to use. Now, testers have slowly moved into developers domain, right? So, testers are not simply executors. For executing, we have the tools. Now, we have to use our testing resources in analyzing the application, creating the test cases, finding the defects, reporting the defects, and configuring the regression tests. Say if it is a big project, you will be having thousands of functionalities for the current delivery, for the current status of the application, for the defects which are fixed, which test cases can be filtered and executed instead of thousands of test cases which we have developed over the period of time. So this decision making, critical decision making responsibility will be with the testers. Okay. So we need some facilities to save the time while developing test automation scripts or while executing the test cases. And those who have used QTP, UFT, there they provided with many facilities of saving the time. We no need to think about the problems of the tool. A vendor who supplied this tool from whom we purchased helped us with the problems of the tool. We used to concentrate only on the automation part or testing part. But from 2006, these tools also failed supporting the different browsers. A tool can support only one browser. Most of the tools they supported Microsoft IE. But during that time, many were using Firefox, then Chrome came, right? So these tools, they failed. Selenium supported. Selenium was actually a plugin to the Firefox. So it supported Firefox. Then Google started supporting. So it supported Chrome also. So from 2006, we started thinking about Selenium, but actually Selenium's usage picked up from after 10 years, from 2016, I can say. Because in 2016 or 15, at the end of 15, 2.53.1 version was released. 2.53.1 version was released. Now we are in 2020. I am using still 2.53.1. I am still not having confidence in using 2.3. I asked you to install, so it is not giving any problem. Again, 2.3.0 I faced problems. Now we are using 2.3 point something. We have installed this. Okay. Now they have released 4.0 alpha version. That is not even a beta version. Okay. This alpha version is there, I think, since almost 1 year. Okay. So most of the projects we are, see, my scripts are running. The problem with 2.53 is it supports only Firefox 47.0.1. So 2.30, they removed this implementation and we are using that Chrome driver.exe, right? You know, like Firefox. What is the Firefox Firefox driver name? It is called Gecko driver. Sorry, Gecko driver. For Chrome, we have installed Chrome driver. So now search on the forums. If I want to use how to use Firefox, and if you face problems with the new versions of Chrome, now we are using 85. Within few weeks, you may have 87. They may not release Chrome.exe. We faced problems like this. They will release Chrome, but corresponding Chrome driver.exe might not be available. So our script executions fail. So we have to find ways to degrade to the lower version of Chrome, because our test cases supports that Chrome driver which we have will support say Chrome 85 only. Say after 4 weeks or 2 months, Chrome 87 is released, corresponding Chrome driver.exe is not released, we will be in problems. These are the problems which you face with this type of free open sources. Okay, so always you have to resort to the community which is using these type of tools, to these type of facilities. So basically you have to put yourself in the shoes of a developer. Okay, for this training somehow we did some exercises in Java, right? In the Java environment, your project may demand Python, because your some project, if it is going in the Python development environment, they will try to they may try to use Selenium. They will not use Java, right? If the project is Java based, then we use Selenium with Java. If the project is .NET, we use Selenium with .NET. Ruby projects have all these facilities you will get with the client bindings. Client binding jar files, okay, of Selenium. So you know, like where which are the client bindings, right? See, we have installed. So here many are there. Open where you have extracted, because I am having a lot of data here. So these files are related to the WebDriver, web element, by classes, all these are in this. Here outside you have this client, two files. These two files contains the jar files, see, which binds to the language environment, development language environment here. These are Java like the bindings, okay, Java bindings. Okay, so you should have, if you are using different languages, so corresponding to that language, sometimes it might be a version dependent. You have to go to seleniumhq.com. This is the website where Selenium releases and the documentation is maintained. So from here you have to download the right classes. So first thing is, like, first you create driver somehow using Chrome driver.exe or gecko driver.exe. Open in any environment, if it is a Python, Ruby, C#, follow the steps and create the driver. Once the driver is created, that a driver object is created, rest all is same. Here if you want to find elements, returns a list. So in Python, how to use the list. In .NET, how to use the list. Right. And how to use the for loop. How to use the other if conditions. So our Selenium's job is to provide you with the classes to identify the object and perform an action. Rest all you have to derive from your development environment. So the development environment is defined in this client bindings for Java, for Python, for Ruby, like this. Now, today we will be learning two frameworks. Uh, One is like page object model, another is a robot framework. So page object model is a technique to organize the reusability of the coding. We know we have did a lot of coding, right? For logging in, for navigating, to fill the forms. This sometimes we have to repeat. Imagine a form with 40 fields. For 50 test cases, I have to log in and I have to fill the form. That filling of the form has to be repeated for 50 test cases. Instead of having that logging in procedure and filling of the form for 50 functionalities verification, imagine if I can keep that login and form filling procedure as a method, if I can call that method, okay, in all the 50 test cases, it saves my time. And one more problem which we are facing is every time for every object, we have to go and get the XPath or CSS or some locator. That takes time. So we can give that job to some freshers or someone who can analyze the application. They will create a document for each page. Okay, they create a document, create a document of locators for each page. Very important, each page. So this what we are going to learn is called page object model. Sometimes it is called POM. Why for each page? If you have used QTP or other tools, there we use identifiers. If the same object appears in multiple pages, if the same object appears in page 1, page 2 and page 3, same identification can be used. But in Selenium, it is not identification, it is locators. So we will, locator gives us reference to the HTML tag. Same tag may appear in another page, but that is a different context. Okay, so we cannot have one document, we cannot have a common locators document for all pages. So for every page in your application, a document of locators, right? Document of like finding the elements, document of elements, I can say elements in that page, and give a name to it, username, password. Say they can be keywords, we use them as a keywords, not exactly keyword, that also keyword, where in the background somebody has given a thought and effort, they created a word for us simply to use. Instead of using driver dot find element dot something something, if somebody says in this page there is a username, simply use username dot send keys, password dot send keys. So if we can create such type of facility, we can create our test cases for the application which we know. If somebody created this type of page object model, and if they are not familiar with the application, they cannot use it. If we are familiar with the application, if somebody has created a page object model for that application, we can use that page object model to create the scripts easily. This method of creating the document of the locators and reusable methods. Say for example, in every page. Okay, you're following, friends? I'm continuously speaking. Hello, friends. Hello.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. So a lot of concepts here. We do practicals. You'll understand. So say our application is having 3 pages. In this, we will have links, objects, radio buttons, right? Combo boxes, tables. The same link may exist here, here, and also here. So what we have to do is we have to create a class file, class of say P1, P2, P3. This is class P1, class P2, class P3. In this, we will create variables, username. Okay, what is the type of it? By, say if I use driver dot find element, okay, by name, what it returns? What it returns? A web element. Of what type? By type. This is the reference. Okay. Up to here, if I say type driver dot find element, this returns a by type. So I can save this into a variable. By username equal to, okay, something like I can have by, sorry, here this returns a web element. This returns a web element. We have used this many times. Okay, this returns a web element. Okay, this returns, okay, I'll take a new page. Here it returns a web element. Now, if I use only find element by name, sorry, not find element by name, just by name. I don't know why. Okay, some problem. It's not working. So this returns Okay, this returns by a variable, a value of type by. By type. So we create these classes. Okay, we create these classes with all the elements in this each class file. In this each class file, you will have all the bys, by types. For all the elements which you interact, you will create that locator information. And you also create methods. Like if you want to check whether something is enabled, you create a method for it. If you want to, there is a form in this, you want to fill that form, you create a method to fill the form. You want to verify something, if you get the value and you compare and you report something. So all these reusable methods and reusable locators, you will for each page you create a class. And in your test cases, like we imported some other classes, because ours also is a class, we import our class, this P1. Once we import this, we create a object for this, like page 1 object. Once the object is created, page 1 dot, I can access these methods and properties. Properties. This is the concept of page object model. Okay, when we do practicals, you will understand. Okay, now we create one page object. You understood, friends? This is the concept. A facility which we are, some features of the development environment and the language we are using to create a facility so that we can save time while developing the automated scripts. So this comes under development framework. IDE, Eclipse is a development framework at the language level. This is a development framework at the automation level. Okay. Okay. I hope yesterday you executed other things. These are all easy. Simply you have to search how to use a JavaScript execution in my Selenium script. You will get immediately solutions on the net, right? How to manage cookies, how to manage with the certificates, right? How to deal with checkboxes. Now, because you are familiar with Selenium classes, only thing you need a hint to use it. Okay, we will do this small exercises later. Let us finish this Selenium part, then we go to the non-Selenium parts. Yes, I am giving you all the samples. So remember this, how I am going, like in session 10 session, I am going by, I started from here, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We are in the sequence. And also, I have a document of all the exercises which we are doing, type of the exercises. Exercises content may change, but the concept, that file also I'll give. See, I'll just show you. So you have to follow those things. Okay. Because for me, because I got used to deliver this, I feel it is easy, because I know, like how I struggled with fluent weights and all to understand what is the purpose of it, because I was not knowing at that time generic programming. So it takes time. You have to do practicals. See, exercises. This is how we are proceeding. Mostly these are Selenium tools. Fill the data about the ticket, select object exercises, list radio button, get options. We went in this, yes, HTML page tags, right? Attributes, rows, see, XPath selection, CSS selectors, then fluent weight, okay, and frames, test ng creations. Of course, we did data provider, right? So we are following this actually. POM, we are here. Okay, Excel reading we do. Okay, I think. So we are following this. If you follow this document also, you will understand the sequence you might have saved, and that sequence of exercises again are organized in the sessions. These are actually half day sessions. So we are using this. Now there is a class. In Java, everything is a class. Okay. Now I'll explain you. See here, in this class, this is actually page object which I have created for the login page. We should not have Firefox driver class here, report, all these reportings, assertings and all we do in our normal main file. Page objects model objective is just to provide the reusability of locating the elements, and if some reusable actions to be performed within that page, we cannot have methods which crosses that page. Within that method a form is there, we have to fill it. Within that method, within that page, if a object is there which we have to check for its enable or disable. So we can use the facilities of reusability within that page with this page object. So every page object will have only by or driver. You have to restrict using only these two classes. If you are ending up using other classes, means you are diluting your page object model. Okay. Now you have to be specific. I created like this. And one more thing you have to observe here, I have created a driver object at the, not inside the class, at the class level. Till now we have created this driver object inside our main method, or by learning test ng, we have created this driver object inside some before method. Okay. Now we are creating this at the class level, and this initialization of the driver we do in our test file. So these are page object classes. The other classes which contains the tests will have initialization of the driver. I may use Firefox driver or Chrome driver, there I define. So here in this page object model, we don't reference to the browser. See, objective here is reusability, and this reusability should be more generic. It should not be again specific to Firefox or Chrome driver. So you have to use minimum classes, and you should not resort to use the methods which are not general. You should not have any specific code. So we have created a driver. Note these points. Okay, by driver this way. So I have created a driver. You also see there is no web element also. I don't do anything with the web element. That web element part I create in the my test file. Okay, minimize. I'm not saying that you should not have web element, but web elements will be dynamic and will be created there. I don't have anything to do with the web elements. Okay, so it's a public variable of type by. So somebody has to study our each page of the application. They have to create this reusable. Their job is to create this page object model only. So we can hire freshers. Freshers means those who know Selenium and those who know programming, those who know HTML. Okay, those who are new to our testing. So because testing a project needs domain knowledge of that application, and we should know the previous defects. So somebody who doesn't know that application may come and repeat the same test cases, because he should know like what test cases are existing, how they are organized. So he may take time. So somebody who are interested in programming, somebody who are interested in doing this type of job, to them we can assign. So they have to go to each object which we may use. Somebody who are experienced with the project, they have to tell these type of objects to interact with. Images we may not interact with. The text which is displayed we may not interact with. So which are the functional objects, if we specify, those will be added into the page object file, page object class. So now they take time. Which XPath will be valid for longer times? Whether to use XPath or not? Whether to use CSS or not? See, you have attended this training to do this job, right? Because I think you are trained for automation purpose. So even if you are not a tester, you don't have a testing background, you are given a training with this type of facility. So they may give you the job of creating a page object model like this, and they may ask you to create keywords, right? They may ask you to create like the helping files or helping environment to the testers who are working in the project, who are already familiar with the functionalities and defects and the status of the application. To them you may help as a part of their team, right? So now here I have created a method. These are the properties which represent my each object. Then to sign in page, I can create WebDriver. I create this. Okay. Then login, username and password. See how I log? Driver.find element. I give username. Driver.find element password. See, this typing will not take time. Driver.find element or driver.find elements or taking that into a list will not take time. But going into the application and finding the locator takes time. So here we save the time. Okay. Now, how we use this? Anyhow, you see one check enabled, one method is there. My title is there. So a simple page object, okay, for the sign in page. This username and password I will pass in my test. Here I have simply declared. Okay. Now, how to use this? I have to import that class. That class merc signin is in some package online session 9. Like I imported this, I have imported this also. Now I am creating a class like yesterday we created many classes, right? Now main, here driver, okay. Then new Firefox driver, I created this. Now this driver of Firefox which I have created, I am passing to my constructor method. Okay, see, this is the class name. This is with the same name I created. This is a constructor. Okay, now what this object will be created. Say Firefox driver is a class. Using this, I created an object. Here, this is the object. Earlier we have a web driver. Now I have created here because across the methods I have to use this. So this driver I have placed outside of the method. I made this as a global. Then I am creating using the constructor a login page. Once that is created, then I can say my login page. I can use the method which I have defined in this get title method. Okay, first attempt doing this, then you will understand. Okay, I am not copying this text. You do it, then you will understand. First create for the same guru or something, that file is there, right? Here we don't have URL also, we log in. But we should know that page, because why we are not specifying the URL? Same application we may have different URLs for different builds. So we specify here, we load this into our driver in our test file. So this is the concept of page object model. Let us do the exercise, you will understand. Let us create page objects for at least 2 pages. Okay, this might be your job initially if you go into the automation project of Selenium. Okay, they may give some other training on the TestNG like framework, and they may ask you to create test cases, keyword driven test cases in the robot framework, which we will learn in the afternoon. Okay, so let us first understand and do this. What is the, I am repeating this, we will break for tea, but before that I am refreshing again. For every page a model has to be done. We know the limitation, because the by name which I create here, even if the same object exists in the another page, I cannot use this, because this is a reference in the context of that page only. Okay, so for every page an object model has to be created. Means for all these objects a model has done. We have done this. So you find the objects and create these variables, and you declare a web driver at the class level and create one constructor. This is important. We are assigning the driver which we have created in our test. We have created a driver in our test, and this driver we are passing to our constructor. This constructor in turn is assigning this driver to the internal driver. You know this notation, right? This dot driver. So now all the methods in this file uses the driver which we have passed into this object through this constructor method. Okay, you try to do this. Okay, just to demonstrate, I have added this code. This type of specific code for the browser type should not be included in the POM, like new Firefox driver, loading the URL, asserting, reporting. All this you have to do in your test. Here, only the reusable part. This is called page object model. Do friends. And I am taking break. You also can take break. Okay. So 10-15 minutes break. Okay. So we will be doing this. You have to create page object model. I will guide you for at least 2 pages, and we have to use those pages and create our test cases. That is the exercise. Okay. Try to add for the select objects of the next page also. In the demo app, you know like which objects you will interact with. For all the objects you create, there are links. You decide whether you want to create a list of web elements, or for each link you create a like variable. You decide now, right? You have to know what type of reusability you expect with this type of page object model. Okay, okay, I'm taking break. Okay, 10-15 minutes. You also can take the break and continue. So after break, you will be creating 2 page objects. For one is for logging in, one is for that form after logging in. And using this, you will be creating test cases. Okay. So after that, we will be learning our robot framework. Okay, friends. Any questions? I hope you are doing this, friends. Exercise. See, only thing I have to change now here is Guru. I have changed it. Okay. If I run this, automatically it fetches my class and creates the object and it executes. Okay. I'm getting the title, this thing. See, I'm using methods. My login page, my login page is my object. Okay, you do it. At what stage you are here? So which exercise you are doing, friends? Somebody give me the message. You are able to do or not? Somebody ping me whether you are able to do this exercise. If you have any doubts, you ask me. Observe, these are all methods in the page. In this page object model, there is no main method. All are methods and properties only. Okay.
Oh,
Yes.
hello.
Yes. Yes.
Sir, here we are calling the object of page model, right?
Yes. We are using that page model
Uh,
class and creating the object in our script and using that object. Yes. You tell me.
yeah. So, where are we passing the link of the website where we want to go?
In your test, I have created a driver. I have created a
Okay.
driver. This
Okay.
driver I am passing to the constructor. Okay. Whether it is a Chrome driver
Okay.
or Edge driver, I am creating here. My page
Okay.
object model is not specific to any browser. So this I pass here. So when I pass this driver which I create and using the driver when I do the construction of this class, I am actually passing my driver to the driver defined in my page object.
Correct. Okay.
This driver, see this driver which I am passing there, I am assigning to this class's driver, this dot driver. Then I can use
Yeah.
driver dot find element if I have to use the methods.
Mhm.
This is how we do this.
Okay.
You do and execute, you will understand. This is the page object model. This might be your initial job if you are working in the frameworks. So you have to go through your applications, objects, and you have to fetch the locators. You have to decide whether to go with the name or ID. I have given many inputs in using the locators, XPath or CSS. So you have to create like this. So anybody who wants to work with your application, uh, they no need to go and see like what path is required and what locator is required. You will decide. Okay. So this takes time. So we save the time with this framework. See here the comments also you note it, right? WebDriver driver like this, not recommended, right? This file will allow if I do that, because this is any class file, so I can do any type of coding here. But for our concept of page model, to generalize it, not to make it specific to any browser or any URL, it is recommended not to use this, right? So this initialization of the driver specific to the browser we do in our class, right? And the URLs and all we specify in our test class, not here. Okay. You can copy this and create, but for the next page, I don't have the exercise, you have to create. Minimum 2 pages you have to create and use them. And you have to use them continuously. You should know how to use it. 2 classes, 2 objects you have to create. Page 1 object, and naming convention matters. Yes. నేను అక్కడ 9 గంటలకు అట్లా వస్తాను. I think you are finished with this page. I'm opening this second page. See, these are our methods. This is returning string, this is returning boolean, right? If it doesn't return anything, you make it void. Say this doesn't return anything, I make this void. And these methods are not okay. Okay, public. I have made it as a local methods. Okay. So now implement this code. Understand this. You are creating is driver here and passing the driver. These are important things. Once this object is created, you will use that object. Simply, even if you type my login page dot, it will show all the methods in that dot. See, flight links. So it is saying this belongs to Mercury sign page. Yesterday we were learning others classes. Now we are using our own class and the type is this. See, get title. To this we have to pass a string. Okay, and my login. It is returning void. This is returning string. What are the arguments here? String. This belongs to Mercury sign page. Okay. Check. So to the find element and find elements, you can give here. The future planning is required to create this. There are no rules. That depends on your requirement and the level of reusability you want to achieve and who are going to use this framework. How long they are going to use the framework. How like what level of strangeness they will have while using this framework. And nowadays, developers, end users also involving in the testing. They may also create the test. They would like to create their own test cases. They might not be technical people. A representative from the end user. He may have some knowledge about the application which we are developing. So he may also create from his point of view some test cases. So for him also we have to create a framework like that is called keyword driven framework. Okay, we'll do that. First you finish this. You have to create for 2 pages. Where should we define everything here only? Because system set property, these are all local to your scripts. Today you declare system set property for Chrome. Tomorrow you declare for Edge. Tomorrow IE. So you should have that control here. You should, because that same page object we would like to use by different testers for different properties like different Chromes and Chrome versions, Firefoxes. So you should not declare that specific things in the page object. So you declare here only system.set property and you create Chrome driver. Friends, any questions? I were 5 minutes I was not here. Are you able to use that object, page object, friends? Any errors you are getting? You have to import this. Of course, it suggests. See, when I comment this, okay, because this is not added into the Eclipse, it will, you have to import this. Okay, we have not added this into the library, right? So you should know which you have to import. Import package dot class name. So now if you create two page objects, you have to import two classes. I will give you the template which you have to fill it. So you have to import online session 9 dot flights page. This, okay, and you have to, there should be a constructor for it. Okay, so the same driver you have to pass, because there also you may have methods. Whatever driver currently is under work, you will pass that driver. When you will do this? After clicking on the submit. After clicking on the submit, you will initialize this. Before that, you should not initialize. You have to think now how to design. Okay, friends, see I have typed these statements. So you have to create another class of flights page. So in this I have added, you add one I have added, other things you add. Whether I check, please check whether this is correct or not, by name or by index, whatever it is. So you have to return this by type of variable. Okay. Then this is the constructor, the same name as the class. Okay. And I am passing the driver and assigning this driver to this driver which I have defined at the class level, and I created one method. So you have to create a method like this: get airlines index, give proper naming conventions, so return the airline index. So here you have in this, the method is to get the airlines here, airline index. So you pass Unified Airlines or Blue Sky Airlines or Page Airlines. So it has to return where that exists, and that index you will use to select it. So you have to create a select method also here, or you can put it in that method itself. You design. So there is nothing like someone defining your framework. You have to define the framework for your purpose. So this exercise makes you think how to create a page object and what reusable methods are required. I identified one reusable method. You can identify other reusable methods. This is the process of creating a automation framework, I can say. This is automation framework, page object model, using page object model. So this helps you in automating easily. Execution framework is different. TestNG, yesterday what we have learned, the TestNG was a execution framework, or test case execution only, mainly filtering, managing. So this is the development framework where you create scripts easily. Friends, give some message. You are not asking any questions. Just sitting here. Whether you are doing or not. Any problems you are facing. You can ask questions. Anybody finished this exercise? With at least login page? With the first page? At least with the first page, anybody had finished? Okay, now do the second page. And using both pages, you create the script. So after creating these page objects, what you have to do is publish the keywords. What the name you have given in that object. So page 1 names you can give. So the naming convention should match with the page. I say Mercury sign in page, flights page. Of course, this framework again can be used by the those who know the application. A new person cannot use because he will not be knowing what is Merck sign in page. So you have to document this. If somebody in future has to use, because the framework one requirement is anybody in the future should be able to use this. Means you have to document Merck sign in page means which page of your application and which objects you have named with these names, like username means which field, password means which field, submit means, so you have to properly document and publish. So you finish this page. Like this, for every page you need one object model. This concept is called POM, page object model. Okay, friends, you break for lunch and continue. In the afternoon, I will give some introduction on cookies, and that requires like understanding of file writers, file readers, right? Buffer streams, tokenizers. Mostly Java coding you have to do because you have to write the code to write into the file, to read from the file. Okay, you have to understand what is string tokenizer. So I'll just demonstrate that. I will just show you, but later you practice. Okay. So how to what is I will give you the concept of cookies and how the Selenium provides us like driver.manage, add cookie, get cookies. Okay. So the cookies will be at the page level. I'll explain you that. Then we have to install robot framework. You have to understand Python installation, robot framework installation, that ID installation, and we do some exercises on that keyword driven framework. Those are the topics which are left, and also reading from Excel also we do, but all these things are Java related. You also can get it from anywhere, how to read from the Excel. Of course, I'll just demonstrate. Yesterday I have shown you. Today also, if time permits, we go that side also. So first you have to, important is here the page object model, understanding page object model and practically creating the pages and using them more than one pages in a single test. Next, our another major topic left is robot framework. Okay, we break for the lunch and we meet at 2 o'clock. Okay, friends. Okay. Hello.
So, okay, sir.
Okay. Hello friends, I'm here. If you have any doubts, you can ask me. After finishing this, we do one exercise on Excel because it was insisted that you have to be made to do that Excel sheet exercise. So we do one exercise on reading and printing. Then I'll explain you how you can use it. Then we go for robot frameworks. In between, we see how to handle cookies. That also a bit of Java classes are required. Without understanding those classes, you cannot easily do that. Okay, just finish this. Those who have finished these 2 pages and did the exercises, you please message me. I will go to the topic. Another 5-10 minutes.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Sir, could you once run this, because for me it is giving null point exception error
See,
in finding trip type.
which one login you have done successfully?
Yeah.
Login have you done?
Yeah. Yes.
Login procedure and driver where you have
Yes.
declared. This should be
Driver in the exercise.
at the class level.
Yeah. Class level in constructor, I am passing the driver.
Yes, that also is having a constructor, right?
Yeah.
This also is having a constructor. Okay. So constructor. So after clicking on the flights button, you are clicking on the flights button, right? After logging in, are you doing that?
Yeah, I am logging in. Then I am going to the flights link,
Okay,
and
you are
then while searching for trip type, it is giving a null point exception error.
might be your ID or something might be wrong. You have done that many times, right? That exercise.
Yeah.
Check your by that means it is not returning any element. That is the meaning.
It is saying that exception in thread main java.lang null point exception.
Means it is not pointing to any object, right? Show me, share your screen.
Yeah. Ronit. Yeah.
Anybody did this exercise? Others? Bhavishya? Yeah. Yes, you share your screen there so that he will follow it. Share those who have completed. Which name? Manish. Who has completed? Give the name.
Sir, I have completed.
Your name?
Sir, Priyansh.
The one you had the problem, right? No, Priyansh. Where is that? Yes. Yes, do it.
Sir, I have done using parameterizing the X path.
Okay, no problem.
So what happens is here we have done normal that driver, creating the driver. Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Then it calls the class of the that Java class,
Means you are not calling,
and then
you are creating the object. Okay.
sorry, creating the
No,
object. Yes, sorry.
then his problem is like in the flights page.
Yeah. So, and here we are passing the value in the function. In this page, I have made all the by objects
Okay.
here.
Okay.
Then in the constructor, driver is initialized. The window is maximized. The flight link is opened,
You are not following the rules.
and
No, you are not following the rules of page object model. See,
so but you like yeah.
okay, you are having a method. You have to call this method, right?
Yes, exactly.
No. When I tick the object dot, I should get the this one object dot trip type. So different test cases use differently. So like you are having by.
Yes,
Okay, no problem.
sir.
Okay.
So for those different test cases, we'll pass the values from this
Okay.
class now.
Okay. But
So,
normally, see
so
what should happen. Okay, no problem. You have
I've generalized.
you are what you are doing. You are when creating the object, you are initializing the all the variables, right?
Yeah.
So instead,
No, not. Yes.
see this method you have to call to initialize.
Yes.
That should not be the rule. You have without initializing, when you create the object, they should be available.
But sir, then how will we pass custom values?
No, we should not pass custom values. Again, we should not
No,
pass
I
custom values. See what
no,
happened.
I mean if just if I want to set from change the destination from London to something else, so I can just in this place I can type Paris and then it will be done. So it will save us some trouble rather than hard coding the values.
No.
It's just
Because
a one line code.
see, again, it takes time to understand your method, right? They have to, that should not be there. Someone has to understand your method, the arguments they have to learn. You will be only publishing the methods and the attributes available, variables, that's all. Again, you should not explain them this method. If it is there outside at the class level, when they type object dot, they will see all of this. Then whichever they want, they will choose. Driver dot find element, they use this. Got my point?
No, sir.
See,
No,
what
I did the way you are saying in this one. Just a second. In
now
this,
you type your object dot Mercury flights dot. You type that Mercury flights dot here.
so you are saying this way, right?
Yes, it should be like this.
So, yeah, I did this one, but sir, in this there's a drawback now that we can only choose one way and this all. So this has to be changed every time, rather than in my program. If only we call this function with different parameters, so the website can be tested for different variables. So we don't have to again change this whole Java method.
Yeah. See, I don't want to. So this is radio button. You have to name this as trip, not trip type. One way trip type, round trip type. So for the two objects, I should not initialize this variable in my script. For every object, there has to be one representation of this variable. This should not be logic, because in our page there are some objects. For every object, there has to be one by variable. Now here, this is again, you can pass one way or you can pass others. That we don't want. Why? For one way, one object should be there. For round trip, one object should be there. For everyone, one object should be there. Then whichever object they want, they will choose directly without passing the variable.
Okay, so I've done both ways, this also and generalizing too.
Yeah, this is the recommended rule. This is the page object models rule. When I type that object dot, I have to see all this. Now here, trip type is there. Again, from this, I have to choose whether it is one way or round way. I want to have one way also here, two way trip type also here. Whichever I want, I will choose.
So, sir, for that only I thought like this way will work. If I, rather than one way, I type two-way or return trip, the one that is given in there. So this should work.
No, you have to use the method here. Without using the method, I have to pass this value to the find element. You are constructing what is happening. This you are initializing. This initialization should be here only. One line for one way, one line for round way. Both should be there.
Okay, I get it. So for every radio button, for every option of radio button, and for every option of drop down, we have to create objects
Yes, for
so that
every
they
one
can
you have
pass
to create.
directly.
Oh, then only it is called page object.
Okay.
The one you asked, okay, you follow this. And flight, you open that other this one, Merck flights dot, and you are clicking on submit form. Okay, get URL.
Yeah,
Get
this
URL.
method is defined here.
Yes, okay. But you have not followed the rule of the page object model. Follow the page object model rule only. Because when I type object dot Merck flights dot, see now I am not getting Merck flights dot. I will not get which element I have to choose. See, to the developer of the script, we have to provide all the elements and some usable methods. Even the methods, if they are not provided, you have to provide all the objects. The name itself is page objects model. So for every object, there has to be representation in that class file.
Well, these are available. This is
How
what
do
you were
you
saying.
select one way now? Where is the one way?
Acha, that one way isn't available. Exactly, one way isn't available, but trip type is available.
Yes, that should not be the thing. Trip type. I don't know what is trip
Yeah.
type
So
again.
yeah,
So
exactly. So that's what you were saying. We have to create object for every options
every
in the
object.
drop down as
Yeah, then
radio button.
that is why it is named as page object model. We are modeling the page. Okay. So do that
Yeah.
and create the script easily. Then it will be very easier. Anybody who comes, they can easily, these are all keywords. I can say these are all the keywords. So you have to create for every
Sir,
keyword.
I have a doubt, but this method that won't be viable for huge forms, right? Like in the, if we have hundreds of option value in the drop down, so we have to create object for every those of the
Yes.
options. So
Yes.
we'll have 100 objects for every down. So
Yes.
it's not viable for huge forms.
But you will be doing only once, right? For the whole project, you
Yeah,
will be doing only once.
creating objects for hundreds and 200s of options.
Yes, only you have to. Because you have saved only actually 3 or 4. But for all other objects you have created. Because here radio button is having a functionality, so you said one way. But how you created for business and all? Business objects, value is equal, you are getting value equal to business. You have parameterized, right?
Yeah.
That should not be there. Those who create the scripts, you always have to think about the persons who create the scripts. For them, object dot, they will type driver dot find element. When the find element, when they use your find element, the argument is your page object model object dot. They should get all. You have to give proper names. Those names they will simply use, that's all. Then after that dot, whatever they want, they click or get a attribute, whatever they want, they do. Now they have to again go into the page. They should not go into the page. See, for example, in your case, they have to go to the page and see what is the name of it. Here, you have to reduce the job of they opening the page and going into the HTML and knowing what is there. That job you have to reduce. That is the main object of this. Okay? They should not go into that XPath finder. Never they should go to the XPath finder. If your page object model is correct, simply without opening the page and going to that object, clicking on it, getting what is the value available there, they should not go to that level. Okay? In that way you have to create. But in your case, to use this, they have to again go and check what is the value available. Then they have to pass it. It takes time.
Yes, sir.
Others also do this. We are going in the right path. So everybody do this exercise. Then we do one Excel object exercise. Then other things quickly. We have to do that installation also, robot framework installation, Python and all. It may take another half an hour. So I am saying.
So,
Yes.
sir, can you type and show like what exactly we should type to access the particular element in the page?
This is what you have to do. Uh,
Should I stop sharing?
yes, you stop the sharing.
Okay.
See, in this, I have created an object. This is my object. If I type now, for example, like this, driver dot, I am now a user. Somebody has created this model. Simply, I will be typing driver dot find element. No, I don't want to go into the page and see what is the XPath. I simply type what is my object name, my login page object dot. I will see all. If I want to use username, I simply use username. Finish. Then dot. What I want to use send keys. So I don't want to go there. So I'll type some test. This facility you have to provide. Got it? Simply I should know there is a username, there is a password. So naming convention you have to follow.
Yes, sir. Sir, and methods.
Methods. If you want to have the method, again, simply I can use my login dot page dot, sorry, my login page. I want to get, these are the methods. Get title. Thus it returns. You print it. Or take it into a variable. String. Page title. Got it?
So your screen is not moving.
Yeah. So this is how the page object has to be created. So to develop the scripts, I no need to earlier what happened whenever we want to create a test, we have to every time go into that HTML page and go to that object, click on it, know what is the value, what is the XPath. So that job we have reduced. Simply we have to publish these page objects for every page, and if required we give the methods. Right. This is also not must. Methods. Some many reusable methods are there, like these general methods we have to type in that. Otherwise, just a page object model will have only that by attributes, that by variables. Simply they will start creating the test case. You should never go into the XPath. XPath, or you should not inspect any elements. Without inspecting the elements, you should be able to create the test case. That should be the objective of the page object model. Okay.
Sir, what will we do in case of select? Like we don't do like this, now we get the name element by name, and then we create the select object, and then we click on it when the condition is satisfied what we want to click on.
Say for example.
Sir, so how will, yes sir.
Now, for example, you are having, you want to select this, right? Some you have to select London, right? What can do? First, you have to get the driver dot find element, that object dot, there will be a origin city, origin city, origin city. Then here what you have to do? You have to create a method to select an object. You have to select a method to create an object, because you have to create one select object, or in the script itself you can create the select object. Only thing you have to get is get this element, origin city element, then you pass that to select object and perform the operations. See, for example, here in the flights page, I will create one by dot origin city equal to by name. Some name will be there, for example, from city or something. Okay. Okay. Okay, this dot is there. Okay. Now origin city by dot name. Okay. And this one. Now what happens when I save this? Now when I go to any script, okay, so I create in that what I will use, I type it here, driver dot find element. Instead of typing that, I simply type origin city. What it returns, we know it is a web element. So what we do, errors may come, just follow list, not list, it is a web element. I say from city is equal to. Now normal coding here I will do select is equal to from city obj is equal to new select. I pass this. Then I will start using from city obj dot. I will get all select by index. This coding you have to do in your test case. But in your page object model, you should have only this. This code, that this whole code has to be in your test, not here. Okay. Control C. Control X. Class. Use flights page. Okay. Okay. So here I have to import. Okay. What I have to import? My session. What is the session I have? Which is the session we have saved? Online session 9 only. This also online session 9. Okay. Online session session 9 dot flights page. Okay. Now in this we create a web driver and driver here. Okay. Now I create it will come. Okay. Web driver. Now here I create, for in your case you will add all those driver equal to new Firefox driver you finish this. I got it. Hello.
Yes, sir.
I have muted it. So I am explaining you again. So here, okay. Do this. The rule here is page object model, it should be generalized, and while using page object model, the developer of the script, he should not go and search for the locator. That is the concept. After this, we see reading from Excel sheet.
Hello, sir. Sir.
Okay, friends, now we go to Excel sheet. Everybody done this? Those who have finished, just message me. I'll go to the next topic.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, tell me.
So we can continue with the next topic. This
Yes,
we
yes, I'm
got it, but it is a big code.
yes, yes.
We'll do it after the class.
But you got the concept, right?
Yes, sir. We got it.
Okay. Now, okay, friends, we continue. Yesterday, while demonstrating test-ng, I have shown you one Excel sheet from where we have to pass the data, right? In this, 1 minute. So to the data provider, we have to pass an object in this format. When you use some other frameworks, there also the data has to be passed in some format. So in this test-ng, the data has to be formatted in this type object, rows and columns. So I have used one get table array method. To that I am passing one Excel sheet and the sheet in, sorry, Excel and the sheet in that. So this is the path to the file and this is a sheet in that Excel file. So what I did, I have created a method get table array which returns this type, and to this I am passing two arguments, file path and sheet name. I have written some
Hello?
logic of, yes please, yes,
Sir,
yes,
sir, your screen has frozen.
I have enabled it. Is it okay now? Now?
Now it.
Okay. See, in the sample Excel test which I have used yesterday to demonstrate some data provider, means to our test cases we have to provide the data from the Excel sheet or from the database or from CSV file from somewhere. So we need to develop some methods to fetch the data from those objects. Now we demonstrate fetch. Most of the times we fetch the data, we organize the data in an Excel sheet. So in this exercise, I have used JXL classes to read. Like that, there is an Apache POI also is there. Many types of classes are available which you can download. Whichever is required, whichever is being used in your project, you have to understand that object. Like when we create our own page object model, like someone has to understand it. That understanding we have reduced with the rules of page object model. But in these classes, you will be having many methods. So you have to use those methods, like cell is a class, cell type is a class, sheet is a class, workbook is a class, right? Now, say to this data provider, forget, don't understand this, just in the test director there is a annotation called data provider. To the data provider I give a name dp1, so wherever I require I pass dp1 here like this. Okay, data provider equal to dp1, this is a class, this is a that variable. So what you have to understand with this exercise is how to read Excel sheet. Now what we do, we will not create this object, we will print the values fetched from the Excel sheet. Okay. So what we do, we use this. I just modified this exercise. I am getting the file. You also create a file of this type, or I will, you create one Excel sheet. First you, I'm showing you that Excel sheet. Create in 2003 format. Don't create in XLSX format. What is that file? Data.xls. Okay. I'm opening this. First create this Excel sheet. Say your test data is in Excel sheet. one serial number is there, one search is there. Just add some names. These names we pass to the Google. Let us not pass to the Google also. To pass to the Google, again you need the methods. Just we print all the names. Okay, all the names. Just create an Excel sheet like this. Save it as normal XLS file. You save this as this type. The JXL will not support. The classes JXL will not support. So you have to import JXL classes. Search on the Google and import JXL classes. First you create an Excel file like this. And next, can I paste this here? No. check whether you got this. It's a zip file. I think it is there. Now you download and extract, and you have to add this to your project, Selenium project. You know how to add that, right? Right click on your project. Okay. Go to the build path, like you have added Selenium classes. So configure build path. You go to the libraries and add external jars. So you add the JXL. So I'm having this JXL jar here. So you also add JXL jar. So the data sheet name, you give some name, data sheet. I have given data pool. This is the name of the sheet. You give some name. Give the same data pool. After doing this, do this exercise and print. So you have to create a file first, file object. So I am passing the file and creating the file object. Okay. I am declaring a variable workbook. Workbook is JXL class. I have created some integers. So workbook dot get workbook. Okay. This file object I am passing here. So workbook will be created. Now I can use w dot to get the sheet. I got the sheet name. What is the sheet name? Pool, your data pool. Then once I get the sheet, I get the method sheet dot get rows, sheet dot get columns. Okay. Now see I for rows and j for columns. Okay. I use it like this. I am starting from first. And here, okay, this also not. I is equal to 1 till the end of rows. I less than end row. What is the end row? Number of rows. What is the end column? Number of columns. So first I go by the row, then I increment. I am initializing. This is J is for columns. From the first column, second column, third column. Anyhow, we are having two columns. So I am going from 1, 0, not taking. So I am getting the cell. First cell of the first row. So not first cell, whatever is specified by this J. So I am getting this into the cell. I am creating with the cell object. See, you are not learning now. You just, I am demonstrating. So tomorrow you may use some other Excel objects. So you just simply copy this exercise and try to execute. You will understand that you have to use a worksheet. You have to use a cell object. Can use the sheet methods. Okay. So which classes we are using from this jar file? Cell class, sheet class, and workbook class. Okay. If you finish this, I will demonstrate if you want with Apache POI also. I am finally printing the values. So if I ran this, it prints like the cell data is something, whatever is, right? Cell data is I printed. Do this exercise. So just understand a file path has to be created, screen freezed again. So okay now? I don't know, I'm not freezing it, automatically it is getting freezed. Okay. So finish this. And print the contents of your Excel sheet. In the data provider example, we have used this to create a object array of the values. Here we are directly using the print system out println and printing the values in the for loop. What you have to understand is those two for loops. The outer for loop is to for the rows, and in internal for loop is for the columns. J is for columns, I is for rows. And get cell methods first argument is cell and second argument is row. Normally in others, first will be row and column. That you should know. In the get cell here, first argument is cell, second is row. In others might be, normally it is row column. Here is a column row. It depends on the design of that method of the class which you will use. Everybody do this exercise. Before the training, there was an insistence on doing this Excel sheet, reading from the Excel sheet. There might be a requirement in your projects where you have to read from the Excel sheet and pass the data to your Selenium framework or from some other framework, execution framework. If you are done, I will show you another cookies example. Then we start installing robot framework. వచ్చిందా 1763? ఓకే. బుక్లో ఎక్కడ రాసి ఉంటే కొట్టేయి. Just don't copy and type. You understand how we are getting rows, getting columns from the sheet method. Okay. How we are using file object to create the file. How we are creating a workbook object using a get workbook method. For loop, I think you can understand easily. And we are using sheets get cell method to get the value in that cell. If you are done, give me a message. I will explain you about cookies, and I'll show you one cookies script, and also give an idea on desired capabilities of the browser. There is nothing down. That is try but try blocks catch is there. Okay friends, I think you can do this. I'll copy the script in the materials. Okay, you can do that. Now, I'll quickly explain you the concept of cookies. Every website nowadays, when we reach to that website, it will ask us the permission. This uses the cookies. Do you allow the cookies or not? What does it mean by cookie? It is simply a small text file which contains, okay, is small text file. It is getting automatically freezed. I don't know. After adding material, it is freezing or what? I don't know. Small text cookies. So when or a small text file which contains domain name of the site and one alpha numerical string. Alpha numerical string. So from the browser, when you send a request, okay, say to some www.google.com, okay, if it is a registered website like our Chrome is registered with our Gmail, right? Something like you will be having at something my account gmail.com some identification of you they will create in the server with some identification. It can be your mail ID or it can be your login credentials, right? Using this, they will create, imagine a file in the server. This is server, Google server or whichever application server. Now for your request, they have to generate a HTML file. Along with this HTML file, they will send this cookie. Browser will read this cookie and it will save in the local folder. Say this is Google cookie. Like this, many cookies will be there. Cookie. So what happens in this Google cookie? When you first requested the Google page, say it generated one XYZ123 one alphanumerical code. So this cookie will contain XYZ123. Now you browsed it. You are browsing different websites. Say you are browsing about Selenium. You are browsing about robot frameworks. You are browsing about automation. All your pattern of searching, or you visited something, you searched for something, that pattern of searching, it will save here under this file, this cookie. So they have created a file with this identification XYZ123. So you are searching for Selenium, you are searching for robot framework, you are searching for something like this. Now what happens? This is someday. In someday you have fetched, you have interacted with that server. Now again the browser. This is some other day. Okay, some 5th day after you browsed. Now when you type here www.google.com, immediately browser. See, imagine here who is doing this work? Browser. The cookie got saved by the browser, and when you type google.com, any domain name, browser will search in the folder. Are there any files, cookie files with this domain name? Cookies with domain name. So if it finds one, that is the reason why if the performance of the browsing is down, we clear all the cookies. So if in last 5 days, if some 500 cookies are installed on your machine, so it has to search in these 500 cookies a cookie with the domain name or multiple cookies with the domain name google.com. So browser will attach these cookie information to your request. Okay, login information, whatever it is, that login information it will not keep here. It might have saved in its server. Like if it is a Facebook, if you have logged in once, next time when you open it on your machine, automatically without asking login credentials, it may take you to your Facebook home page if you have not logged out. Okay, how it will do? Because of these cookies, with these cookies, so there is a request to the Facebook with this cookie. So here that with the XYZ123 under this you have all your searching patterns or login credentials, all this he will maintain there. Now Google, what he will do? He will put the advertisements. He will advertise something about automation trainings. He will advertise something about Selenium, any new things, books or something. How he will do? Because when last time when you saved, it has saved a cookie on your machine. Using that same alphanumerical pattern in the servers, it is maintaining your searching patterns, your activities. So when you log in again, when you browse, when you send a request to the google.com, so based on the information it has collected and saved in the server under your cookies alphanumerical value, it will create logically what all you are interested and what advertisements you might be interested. This is cookies. What is the advantage of cookies? It saves time, right? If some data is already presented here, like login credentials, if that server is maintaining, right? So here the processing time in the server can be reduced. But here when you send a request, this request may take time to go out, because if multiple cookies are there, browser has to search in all the cookies for the domain which you have entered in the URL field. Now this is what we have to understand in this discussion is, this is the job of browser, and we would like to interact with our application with cookies, without cookies. Okay, for example, say Facebook has saved our cookie information. Under this, it has saved my IP address from where I am browsing. Say I am browsing from Hyderabad. So now he will process the advertisements related to Hyderabad and display here. Now again here we can see the performance issues. If I don't send cookies, he will not be having information about me. So immediately he will send me the page. If there is a cookie installed on my machine, so he has to now find the advertisements related to Hyderabad, my area, Manikonda, such things he has to collect. So it takes time, or to avoid such type of delays, we already understood they may create frames. Under those frames, slowly they will do the adding of the advertisements. Our page, information page, he will give. Later in the frames, they will slowly add all the advertisements which we are interested, that information it will get from the cookies. So in the testing, we would like to check our application whether with cookies it is processing correctly or not. With different cookies, if I change the cookie with Hyderabad, data should be different. That is the functionality. If I make this as a Chennai, here the advertisement should be different. So there is a functionality, right? There is a functionality in the in my app which processes the cookie data and generate the HTML pages or the content for me. So if this has to be tested, you have to send along with the request different cookies, Chennai cookies, Hyderabad cookies, Delhi cookies, and you have to verify whether my server is sending me the right data or not. So from the tester's point of view, sometimes you have to send the cookies, attach it to the browser. So you should have control over the request which you send. So this is the concept of cookies. So Selenium provides us with the facilities, right? Now, I think you got some idea about this. We'll not be doing this exercise. Okay. First we learn how to save the cookies. I am logging into the Facebook. Okay. I am logging into the Facebook. With my credentials, I submitted the data. So now I have to get the cookies. In the driver.manage, we have get cookies, or we can get cookies named. Okay. We should know what is this cookie named. So I have used cookies. So you have to understand the technology, new technology, how they are managing, right? So you can get these cookies. Now, if there are So this is the browser data. I want to save the cookie information in this browser dot data, right? So I have created a file object. Already we have used this while learning Excel sheet. See how many classes we use here. One file class, one file writer class, buffered writer class, cookie class. These 4 classes we use. So we have to read. See how I read? From the cookies, I get this. Okay. Type cookie is a type here of that class. Let us not understand like whatever is there I am deleting, then I am creating a file, right? First I create delete and I am creating, right, with this location. Then I am initializing the file writer. Now I can write into this file. Okay. So now I am passing to the buffer writer. You have to learn this from, this is the Java related, right? Sorry, this is see Java related IO things. How to write with the files, how to write into the file, how to get the buffered each chunk of data into the file, right? Just I am explaining here what we are interested in, cookie class of selenium. So we get the cookie here. For each cookie we get, we want to fetch the data. This cookie dot get name, cookie dot get value, cookie dot domain. Name of the cookie, alphanumerical value, domain name. And the path and the expiry, cookies will expire, and whether this cookie is secure. So this information will be there in the cookie. So we are writing that using buffered writer here, BOS dot every new line we are writing this, we are running in the for loop. We have to flush it, then we have to close this buffer, and then we have to close this file writer. That's all. Okay. And this file you can use it. So basically what you have to do, some Java file related IO objects you have to create and use it. The cookie will provide you these methods. This is Selenium class. So it provides you with the name of the cookie. So many functions, so many methods are there. ck dot get domain, get expiry, get name, get path, get value. Okay. So using get cookies, you will get that cookies, get that driver dot manage dot get cookies. Okay. What it returns? It is a set of cookies set. Earlier we have used a set of strings. Now it is set of cookies. So for each data of type cookie, we are running the for loop. We did one exercise on for each. This is a for each, right? For each value in the link, something we have used. Okay, when you use window handles, I think you have used this. Now, just I am demonstrating. I will be giving these exercises. Same again here. You have to use buffer reader, file reader, and string tokenizer. So that files in that cookies which we have created, it may have some semicolon for each cookie or information. So we have to search for that semicolon here using string tokenizer. One by one you will save here. Okay. So now what you do, you add that cookie after constructing it. Cookie, new cookie, name, value, domain, path, expiry is secure. You are fetching from the file and creating a cookie, and you are adding. Where you are adding? To your driver session. So now after adding this cookie, because there is a domain name here, if you have typed Google, if you type driver.get google.com, if this cookie is domain name is google.com, this cookie will be attached. So for testing purpose, we create our own cookies and send our request to our application and check whether for the information we are sending with the cookie, whether it is returning the values correctly or not. But before that, you should have collected that cookie informations from various locations. Means from Chennai, somebody has to browse and that cookie has to be sent to you. From Pune, they have to go to that application, browse, and a cookie will be created. Or because you know, like that is your application, in your application, how you send the cookies, if you know that information, you can pass that data from Excel sheet and create a cookie and add a cookie to the driver session. You remember this driver dot manage. These cookies are at the session level. Okay. Okay. That's enough. I think I will give another input. So remember, this is in browser cap. I will be sending this to you also. This is in the browser capability. These are all capabilities. And there is one more thing. Till now, we have created the driver. We have created the driver like this, web driver equal to new Firefox driver. We have not given any arguments to this. It is getting created, the driver session is getting created with some default capabilities. Right. Now, normally you will learn later when you learn Appium or something, so Appium, where you have to create a session using the capabilities of that browser, like device, like Samsung device, Nokia device, MI device, so and the version of Android, right? So with all those capabilities, you will create a session. So here to the argument, you will pass the capabilities, which is of the type class desired capabilities. Just remember this word, class desired capabilities. So this is out of the scope of our training. Actually, we can do this, but we don't have time. We can create a grid and run. Okay. Now see, we are creating a hash map of capabilities, and capabilities map, we are putting a capability called take screenshot true. This capability we want to give to the browser, means I want to capture get screenshot as something. Okay, so I am creating a capability, and while creating the driver, I am passing that capability as an argument to the constructor. Just remember, a browser session can be created with different capabilities. Those capabilities will be created with this class. You have to import this class, desired capabilities. Okay. And if I run this script, it captures the screenshot of whatever I give. Okay. So driver, we are casting this to take screenshot. So this type of information you get on the forums, right? First, just only thing you should know is there has to be desired capabilities object to be created and passed to the constructor of your browser construction. Like if it is a Firefox driver or Chrome driver, IE Edge, so you update yourself with the desired capabilities. If I run this, it captures and saves this captured file in this location, to my image. For this again, we are creating this file image file object, and we are passing here to this new file. Okay, you can understand these things. There are many things like this, but basic Selenium you have understood. You can work with any Selenium project. So we'll go to the cell R2. That is the path I have given, some image file, right? Okay. Okay, friends, just remember. Then now we take a break, small break. And before going for the break, go to python.org. We start the installation and go. Install 2.718. With the higher versions, Robot Framework will not work. Robot Framework is a keyword driven framework which is created with Python. So you have to install Python, and it uses one WX Python graphical user interface classes to create one interface of the robot framework. So you have to download that also. Okay, so you go to this python.org. Okay, and download this stable version of this. There is another other versions also. Download this only 2.7.18, and then you set the path to the folder where it has got installed. After downloading, you install that Python. Then type Python space hyphen version. If this gives the version correctly, then the Python is installed. Okay, so take a tip. First start this, and then the tip. Take the break. Yes, friends, is my screen okay? Visible. Have you done? I'll copy this file also into the materials. I copied this installation instructions into the material. Anyhow, I will be explaining. So after installing Python, those who have executed this method, just give me a message. I'll explain you the PIP. PIP is package installer for Python. Actually, pip will get installed in the scripts folder of Python. In the scripts folder of Python. So this is my Python folder where I have installed. In this there is a scripts folder.
Sir, screen is freeze, sir.
Okay. Some problem is there with this. Whenever we add a material, screen is getting freezed. There is pip here. Okay. So just you type pip space hyphen hyphen version. It's working. If it is not showing, execute this command python space hyphen m pip install again hyphen hyphen upgrade space pip.
Sir, I have installed the Python, but it's not showing me where to get it.
It's not showing. You do this Python upgradation.
So the Python version is itself not showing.
Python version is not showing means it has created one folder, right? Python 27.
Yes, sir. I added to path also.
Add to user path.
Yes, sir. I've added, but
But it
also
has
it's
to
not.
show Python space hyphen hyphen at the command prompt.
For me also, there is no error, but I cannot see the version.
It has
It
to
says
flow like
system. It says system cannot execute the specified program.
hmm, yes, use Python space version hyphen version. It is working for someone, some others. You try again. That command prompt you open newly after adding the environment. Close the existing command prompt and you open a new command prompt.
Still not working, sir.
It has to work because that Python executable is in that folder. See, directly go into that folder and execute Python version. Add into system variables and see.
In that folder, it is working, sir.
You add that path into the system variable. System variables under the name. What does it mean under the name? You put it in the
So
path.
for Java and Maven, we used Java underscore home, and for Maven, we used Maven underscore home. So
Add in paths.
should be the use it.
Here, go here. Right click on PC, properties, advanced system settings, environment variables, go to the path, edit, here you can add. I think I have added in the user. You just create new and copy that path and type and paste it here. In my case, it is there here. I have added here. And also add the path of scripts also. Go to that folder, copy the path and paste it. Then you execute this command also, it upgrade the PIP.
Now it's working fine, sir.
What was the problem?
Some issues with the path.
Path and that command prompt I think you have created. Okay. After this you upgrade the PIP. You will get some messages like deprecation or something, but later it will start installing. Then after that, install robot framework. First check PIP whether it is working. In my case also, for some reason, see PIP. PIP hyphen version. Yeah, it is. It is showing unknown option. See? Yes. See, PIP is in scripts folder. It is not in site packages. It is from the scripts, not from here. No. So it is from the scripts folder. Pip. So if that doesn't work, what you have to do, go to the paths, PIP, here it will show. Some problem is there with this. Yeah, 20.2.3. Now from here you execute PIP install robot framework. Actually, WX Python will be installed when we install RIDE, but you execute this statement also. Install WX Python. This is actually graphics utilities with which the RIDE interface is created, user interface. So you have to install this WX Python also. This also maximum is the maximum supported version by Python 2.7, 3.6 and 3.7. We are using 2.7. Because these are open sources, these dependencies changes. So you have to be, you should know from somewhere what dependencies. I also tried 2-3 times, then I installed. For this training, I updated on robot framework. Earlier, I have not executed a robot framework. I used other frameworks, Protractor and such things, Angular JS frameworks. So there can be many frameworks. So you should know like how to install, because in the background it uses selenium libraries. We have to install selenium library also. Now after installing robot framework and installing WX Python, you install RIDE. Then at the command prompt type ride.py. RIDE has to open. So I'm executing write dot py. It has to open this. This is the keyword driven framework. This uses external libraries. You can add the libraries here, resources here, variables. Okay. So we have to add selenium library also. Okay. This right icon is so bad, it will not be visible at all. See, it is here. This is the right. Okay. Now, done up to here. Okay. Now install selenium library. PIP install robot framework, no space, hyphen selenium library. This will be added to the site packages. In the Python, there is a lib folder. Under lib folder site packages, under that selenium library will be added with capital S and capital L. Here you give directly small s L, there it will be capital S, capital L. Check in this folder whether selenium library got added. Lib, not libs, lib. In the site packages, selenium library should get added. This library is nothing but like the classes you have created in the page object model. So it uses from there. This is almost equivalent to some of our friend created not following the rules of POM, where we can give the arguments of one way or the other. So they have created methods like that. So each method name is a keyword here. Those all libraries, classes were added, and they were objects were created internally. So you will be using the names like login can be a keyword. Okay, select is a keyword. Select from list is a keyword. Open browser is a keyword. Close browser is a keyword. Right? Input text is a keyword. Here, it will not give more advantage than our POM. In POM, at least, if you type the object dot, we will get all the objects available, and we can simply use that object and apply a method like click method or get text method or something. Here again, for every statement, you have to go and get the locator and you have to type it here. The only advantage with robot framework is you will not be opening that Java user interface where you will be doing Java coding. That is the only advantage with this. But like getting the paths and all you have to do. So it will not save any time. But this keyword driven framework's intention is to help non-technical persons to create the test cases. Okay. So what that non-technical person should know is he should be able to get the path and the locator. So that we have to train him. So he will go and get the locators and he will type in the columns. That will be a tabular format. In the tabular format, you will choose a keyword like open browser and you specify the URL. Okay. Everybody done? Whether write is opening? Yeah. Now, if Chrome is opening, the second step is we need the Chrome driver. Already you have Chrome driver on your machines. Okay. So copy that Chrome driver to the scripts folder. Copy Chrome driver. If you want to work with Firefox driver, you have to copy Gecko driver. Like that, whichever browser you are planning to use, that browser's specific engine, browser engine has to be added into the scripts folder. This one. Now, if you are done, open Ride. Create a new project. Already that file I have copied in the materials. You can open it and see. You have to install Python. Okay. Yeah. The file is there in the materials folder.
So the last step, PAP install WebDriver manager, is it required or not?
Not required. That is not required. Okay.
Sir, what we have to do in next step?
That's all. Installation is finished, right? Done with the installation?
No, in eighth step, what we have to do? Installation is finished.
Eighth step, you have to install the selenium library. Seventh step, install the selenium library. This we do that. This eighth step I will explain you now. This you have to add to the project. Like we added to our Java project the selenium libraries. Here we have to add to our RIDE project the selenium library. Okay. Now create a new project. Before that I explain you I have created one Harmon project. Here when I explained you testng, I explained you something like before method, after method. This is before method. Okay, you have to execute a keyword, login, open browser and login. You can create your own keywords. So my keyword argument 1, argument 2, argument 3, something like that. We can create our own keywords. So that keyword you enter here. That is nothing but a method. Your method name in a class in our Java projects is same as here. You have to create like keywords. You can create keyword. So keyword driven testing means to avoid the coding like we did in last 4 days, we will create some coding and we create some methods and we publish. And we provide that in this type of tabular format. So some subject matter experts who cannot do the coding, they will use the keywords developed by us, and in the tabular format, they will choose the keys, open browser. In the second, see here, I'll just come back to this later. Like open browser, which browser, which URL, and Chrome. Then input text, it will give control space, use control space, sorry, control, you take any input, something, right click, insert rules. It's case sensitive, input control space. See, some are not recognized, but they are working. If the keywords are recognized, they appear in blue color. If not, in black color. But still it worked. Okay. Use control space to know the. For example, I type select method. Control space. It will give me all. Select all from list. Select checkbox. So here he will give us the. For select all from list, we have to give in the argument locator. Okay, the select all options from multi-selection list locator. So you have to specify the locator of that list. Select checkbox, you have to provide the locator of the checkbox. Select frame, locator. Select list by index, so you have to use locator and then you have to give the index in the next column. Okay, like this. So I am trying to delete that row. It is not deleting. Right click, delete row. Okay. Now, first let us set up the project. This is the keyword driven framework. What advantage you are getting, you have to decide now. Because main time which we consume is getting the locators only. Now I have to type name colon q, name colon search. I have to give the xpath colon something. So somebody who uses this, he has to go to the browser window and he has to get the locators, or somebody has to get all the locators and we have to give him a text document which contains in page 1 these are the locators which we can use for the different objects. Then he has to pick from there and paste it here. That at least we have to do, because all might not be knowing how to get the XPaths, right? So we know how to write good XPaths, so they might not be knowing how to write good XPaths. So somebody again has to create a file like a page object model, and that file has to be published to those who wanted to pass the arguments to the keywords. So these are keywords. So when you create your test cases using the keywords, that is called keyword driven framework. Framework means it provides us the reusability. Okay, so we have seen many frameworks. Eclipse also is a framework. I demonstrated TestNG. So in that we have grouped, right? Here we can add the tags. For each test I can add this belongs to database, this belongs to security, this belongs to build one. Like this, for every test I can add the tags. When after generating this, you can see the script. This gets created like this. You also later you will be typing here. What time we save here by typing here, we can directly type in Selenium also, okay, in Java. But advantage here is you have to type edit in the columns. You can type, okay, and you can simply run. While running, you can add only database related should get executed. Sorry, not this one, not here. Database, comma, build one. So I am having a filtering facility here. Only run tests with these tags or skip tests with these tags. So I am not doing that. Go back to the edit. So every test will have a setup and tear down and timeout. Setup means if I am working in fourth window, I have to create a keyword like this. I can create a keyword. So we have that I will show you keywords in the project. We can create here keywords, right? Search keywords. I'll show you. Okay, you do one thing. First, create a project. You can create a suite. In TestNG also we have created suite of test cases. There we have typed in a XML file suite and we have given a name to the suite. Then test, we have given a name to the test. Under that we have added the classes. And we had facility there to include only those classes with some group names like database and all. That can be achieved here using the tags. So do one thing. First create a project, then create a suite. Under that suite, how to create the suite? Here, right click on the project. Okay, new suite. New directory means new project. Here, new directory means new project. Here, new project. Under that, we can create another directory. So, project you create, new tools one suite. In this, right click, add a new test case. Or you can create a new user keyword. You can create variables, you can create dictionary variables, scalar variables, and list variables. Okay. After doing that, to the project. On the right hand side, you are having libraries, resources, variables. Click on the library, and here you type the name of the library or browse, go to the location where you have saved selenium library, add that library to that. Okay, in the site packages you have added, and that should not appear in red color. If it appears in red color, it means library was not present. Do up to here. New project. Harman, I have created new project.
Hello.
Yes,
Sir, which library to add?
selenium library.
All means
No,
the
not like that.
one in lib.
No, 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 no. Only that library, selenium library. See, go to the library, browse. Mm, C, Python, lib, site packages. Only this, that's all. It is having keywords, locators. You open, you can see custom locator like this, custom finder. These are Python files, compiled Python files. Like you have created POM object, they have created general library files, right? So these are the keywords they have: cookie, element, form element, screenshot, like this. Okay. So select this, open, it will get added. It should not be in red color. Yes, yes. First you get familiarized with this. I'll show you. I'll create a new project. We are doing setup only. I'm just giving you a feel like how finally it will be. So I am creating a new project. I will save this first, then create a new project. What modifications are unsaved? Okay. New project. Okay. We create something like insurance project. Okay, 3ds project. So it got created. In the Harman folder, it got created 3ds. But here suit got created. I delete. Someone asked, right, how I created Harman. I think that is the okay. This is the project. Here I have created a parent directory. If you want to change the parent directory, you can change it. So I'm having in robot projects, not in the flow. So when you create the project, it will ask, I'll give the name 3ds. It is getting created in the Harman folder with this name. The project is named as with extension robot 3ds.robot. Now under this, okay, add my test case 1. I'm not getting suit. So this is the project to which I have to add the library. I can add it directly like this. Actually, with browsing also, you try browsing. When I select, it is opening. It is not opening the folder. Okay. Try. You also try. So I'm thinking of adding suit. Where is the suit? Open new test suit. I think here. Open new test suit. Okay, I'll do this again. Right click. Right click. Are you getting add new suit? Anybody?
No, sir.
Just to give me. Okay, okay, okay. You have to change type to directory. Yeah. You are having, yes, you make it as a directory. Then you will get it. I forgot that. Yeah. Then in this you add a new suit. So I can say database suit. This has a file. So this is a suit. Now in this you add a test case. Test case 1. To this project you add the library. I'm trying again for the browsing. It's not selecting like this. So type selenium library. If you have any other libraries, class files, your own created keywords in Python, all can be added here. Okay. Now create one test case. All this, after creating keywords, we have to add a setup keyword. Tear down means closing the browser, such things. What is the timeout you want to give for this test to pass? Means like wait statements. Internally it manages. Simply you have to give that he will use WebDriver wait. If you give 20 or 30 here, internally he will pass the 20 or 30 seconds to his method. Okay. Now here you type open browser. Okay. Then http://www.google.com in Chrome. Then close this, it will show control space. See, I think you have to add this to library to the suit also. Add to the suit also. Okay. Then go. Now you got it. But open browser has not changed. See. So I'm just typing close. Control space. But I don't know, open browser or something, some keywords are not showing in blue color, and that control space help also is not coming, but you type it, it is working. Now simply run this. Let us see. Start. Yes. Save. Start. This is the test which you want to run. You can have in this suit multiple tests. So I am running this. Do up to here. Okay. Now we do some more statements. Select here, right click, insert row. input text. Here you have to give the locator name. We know Q. We search for 3ds. Okay, I am giving here timeout 20 seconds. Run, start. Some errors it has thrown. Keyword capture page intra could not be run on failure. Test timeout 20 seconds exceeded. It has not waited for 20 seconds. It is saying 20 seconds exceeded. Actually, I am looking for something like delay. Right click, insert rows. Delete cookies. See, now you should know these keywords, right? Okay, run up to here. I will explain you other things. I also don't know many keywords. We have to see what keywords are available there. But those keywords sometimes are not working. Okay. These are the keywords available. Wait until keywords exceeded, implicit wait, set selenium, implicit wait, sleep. Okay, there is a sleep. We use this. Sorry, what is the syntax? Now explore. Time. Reason equal to reason. It says 2 minutes 10 seconds. Let us give 1 minute. Right? I will give 5 seconds. All this anyhow we have to learn. I am not seeing any advantage in this than our page object model or directly using Selenium. Okay, now run this. Enter we have to perform. So we have entered 3ds. Okay, search for the keywords. How to perform enter. I am also new to this. Okay, I'm just I am asked to give some introduction on this. Just trying. Anybody find any keyword for submitting there? Because it is almost like developing. Here we, after typing 3ds, okay, we have to submit this. Okay. Not getting anything. Anybody search and tell me. I also don't know. And the sleep, it is taking indefinitely. We have given sleep. See, this pipe character here is, you can use multiple these columns. Reason you can type, right? Reason why you are waiting. I'm just checking for the syntax. 10 seconds. Okay. You have 1 day, 2 days after listening, you can be. And have you found anything like
Hello.
yeah, submitting?
Sir,
Yeah,
a click button and then we have to give the ID or something like that.
click is there, huh?
Click button like that.
Click, but I am control space click element. It is giving click element. You have button click otherwise? No. Or you do one thing, you type input only, that is also input, right? We know that is input tag. Input
Mhm.
button, give me the name of it. Right. Now, same, I have to get it. What is the name? Search. Name equal to BTNK. BTN button K. Okay. It is not showing any help. Let us run this. It's not. So input button. See, these are not added properly into the library. You can see those got added, they appear in the blue color, but they are working. There will be many problems with these things, right? Okay. Keyword not found for possible correction. He says control. There is import library. We have already imported. He is saying import library spec or something. We have already imported this library. So, but input text we have seen. Input text is working. But input this button, let us check once again whether the type is. One more thing you have to observe here, it is adding a tab. Normally in the driver session which we create in our Selenium, when we run, it will create a new window. In this he is adding his newly created session as a tab in our existing browser. That is one advantage, because I can work like this. Okay, let us see.
Hello,
Yeah,
sir. I'm getting an error as Gecko driver needs to be added to path.
because you are using Firefox.
No, sir.
No,
I
no.
did not set it anywhere. Fire.
You are setting, no, here. See, here when I typed Chrome. Have you typed Chrome?
No. Sorry.
You type Chrome. Default it is taking as Firefox.
Okay. Okay.
Somebody try, because input, what is this input? Input class, what is the type? It is submit, right? It is type, it is not text, but not button. Type is submit. Okay. So here input type is submit. Name is button K. We are not knowing like what are the arguments. Do we have click or something? Let us run and see. No, nothing is happening here. Anybody search, because you have to, I think you have to use this framework. Okay. So like this, these are the keywords available. Somebody will publish the keywords and you will get the syntax. You can go to another method is go to robotframework.org. Sorry, robotframework.org. In the user guide, he will give publish all the keywords. Okay. input username. These are the keywords. Location should be, title should be. We have typed correctly only. Input text, input submit. We have given the identifier here. Okay, friends, I will give you some more inputs in this. So this is how you have to type, right? You should know the keywords. So when you know the keyword, you have to develop the a script like this, and you can have multiple test cases. Okay, another test case. Test case 2. Okay, then here you have to develop a keyword. Now, for example, if I want a login keyword, so what I have to do is find search for keywords here itself, right click, new user keyword. I say login keyword. And what are the arguments required? I will type, use specify the argument separated with a pipe character. Okay, so these are scalar variables starts with dollar, dictionary variables with at, sorry, list variables with at, and dictionary variables with and symbol. Note this, scalar variables. There are 3 types of variables which we can use in the framework. Scalar variables starts with dollar. Remember scalar, yes. Okay, and list variables start with at symbol, and dictionary variable starts with and symbol. You know dictionary will have name value pair. London's project manager Krishna, London Krishna, and New York Venkat, like this. I'll show you those dictionary variables I have already added. So here I will add dollar username, uname, pipe character, dollar password. Click OK. It's a curly brace, huh? Okay, done. Now I just type open browser. If you need any libraries, you have to okay, library already I think we have added at this level. Okay, so I am creating a keyword. These keywords in this project I can use in the test cases. Okay, now these are the arguments. I say open browser, something like our http :// demo.guru99.com, something like /new tools. Then input that's a text field, right? Text, use dollar here, dollar, sorry, dollar curly brace uname, enter. Okay, enter. Sorry, this is wrong. Control X, put it here, Control V, here name is equal to user name, input text, because those are text fields, name is equal to password. Here dollar is saying, what is this pwd? Then input submit. I don't know here, I just typing click. We should know what is it, right? So now we can save this. Now see, you go to our database here, test case 2. I can type, what's the name I have given? Login. This thing, login is the keyword. Okay. There should be something like export or something. Okay friends, you try. This is how we have to use this. So I'll show you my other example. So these keywords are nothing but functions. So these keywords we can use there. This is the keyword, like this you add the keywords. So now my keyword login is created. I'm not seeing anything here to save. I think automatically it got saved. Okay. No. You can use the log messages. Log. Okay. Created a new keyword. This will be there in the log files. Okay. Okay, you try up to here. I will give you the other things, because I was told only to give the introduction on this. You have to learn separately. I think there is an internal training on robot by your other colleagues who are using the robot framework. They might have created some of their own keywords. They may publish those keywords to you, and this is how you create the test cases and run here. Keyword run. Okay. If I run, what happens? This.